a pen. Yeah, I think so too. It could be a certain purple wearing gentleman who has a lot of hair. Possibly. But first we have to sit through downloading all of these images. Which takes entirely too long. I don't know why. Anytime now. Well, you see, the thing with me and images is that I have all of my character images, graphics, and everything all saved. So everything I've had for every call that I've ever made has been categorized and put into their own folders, and all I really have to do is just upload them to the community creations directly as it is that I'm going to be doing the call. Like, I rarely make new graphics. I mean, find new graphics. If there is something that I'm going to change about a character's look, I'll just go ahead and create new graphics for them and just add that to their folder. So it's like an archive of every design that I've made for those cores in one place. Like, for example, in Cyrus's case, like, I have all of his old logos from when I first made him back in, like, well, I made him back in the PlayStation 3 days. So you couldn't upload images then. You had to, like, use the paint tool and create the images, like drawing them out from scratch. But starting from, was it 2K17, I think it was? It was 16 or 17 that they introduced community creations where you could upload images. I still have all of the graphics that I made from then, still, for him and for basically every other character that I've made from that point onwards, all in the same folders. It's kind of like a history lesson or a symposium. If I ever wanted to make like throwback attires or something like that, which I rarely do, but if I ever did, I have all of that stuff there still. Tonight's show is brought to you by S. Pellegrino. Sparkling mineral water. Okay, we've got all the graphics down, finally. New. Now, I haven't done any color correction or shading for Cyrus's face. Whoops. So I'm hoping that the raw material comes out looking decent, and he doesn't come out looking too light, and he does. I kind of figured that was going to happen. I hoped it didn't, but it did. So, yeah. I hate this shit. I really do. Well, I guess we're going into Photoshop first. Again. Fantastic. There goes the new Solstice logo. If y'all haven't gone to get that arena yet, it is now live on Community Creations. Just ahead of time to let you know, I'm pretty much just doing maybe like 4 or so actual pay-per-view shows for the XWA. So there's Solstice, there's Soul Survivor that I've also uploaded, there's Madness, and then there's Supremacy, which would be my WrestleMania type show, the big event. And then there's Takedown, there's Girl Fight, I got Purity, View Japan. I'm going to recreate my brother's CAW Conflict show arena, and his Neon 1 arena. And those are going to be kind of like unofficially extended as being additional promotions in the entire World Wrestling Alliance. And then there's the Only the Strong tournament arena and the Warfield Invitational arena, which I've already completed. I just haven't uploaded it yet. I want to show that off in the actual show first that I'm going to do for the tournament before I put that out live to everybody. Greetings, Crow. I'm kind of surprised how good Yang came out. I used the base moveset. Like, nowadays I just use base movesets from existing wrestlers or movesets that people have already uploaded to Community Creations, and then tweak them as such, because it would take way too much time for me to manually create movesets from scratch. I make too many of them for that. So, if I'm not mistaken, Brian Yang uses a modified version of Dragon Lee's moveset, Scott Odell uses a modified version of Lex Luger's moveset. Sometimes gamertag doesn't always show up. Yeah, if you mean like featured favorites, I don't know why, but sometimes they don't always show. I think depending on how many people you favorited, sometimes some will overwrite, like it's not a static list. Like some will overwrite over others. I don't know if that's for sure, but I think so. That's why it's always best to just go with, if you're a creator, go with the search tags. Just create one specific search tag, and then all somebody has to do when they're searching is use that tag, and they'll find everything that you have. Yeah, as far as entrances go, there's a page on the SmackDown Hotel website actually that has a list of all of the preset moves. I mean, not moves. All the preset entrances. That's basically what I use instead of having to, scroll through lists of moves and trying to guess whose is who. And the same thing with lighting. Actually, really quick, let me go ahead and copy and paste a couple of resources for you that will help speed things up. So that first one is going to be a post on Reddit, the WWE Games Reddit, that is kind of like a list of the preset lightings in the create an entrance menu to give you an idea of what the nameless lighting is. The ones that say lightings 1 or lighting 30 or something like that. This gives you like a little description of what each one of those is going to be without having to select them one by one to preview them. Still a mystery on that song. Hello, Ricky. Welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. If I didn't have such a big library of songs on Spotify, it would be a lot easier for me to figure out what that song is. This is going to be the second link here that I'm posting in the chat. This is the page on the SmackDown Hotel site that has a list of all of the preset entrances. Again, to just make your life easier when creating entrances, instead of having to preview each one and try to guess what's what, you just use this list right here. It's got everything that's in the game, including all of the DLC entrances that they might have added with the packs. Just some resources for you. They put out a new one each year because sometimes they'll have to change the names of certain move sets or actions, because maybe that person is no longer in WWE anymore and they don't want to get sued. But yeah, pretty much that list and the lighting list can make the entrance creation process a whole lot faster for you. Movesets, There really is no shortcut to that, unfortunately. You're pretty much either gonna have to make your move sets from scratch, or use preset ones and tweak them in according to how it is that you want that particular character to perform.
Let's see here. What we got? Have you ever thought about using AI generated music?
I'm afraid of AI generated music because I've heard it's not very refined. Like, there's a whole lot of randomness in terms of AI. It's kind of smoothing itself out as far as image generation. I have admitted to using AI generated art and stuff like that for designs on my characters. If you've downloaded Brian Yang, one of his chest tattoos, the one of the girl on the right pectoral muscle is AI generated. But music, I don't know if I would do that. In actuality, I've kind of just decided to use whatever music I want to use. Like, I'm more interested in the storytelling. I'm not so much worried about monetization or anything like that. So if stuff gets content ID'd because I'm using a copyrighted piece of music, like for example, Christian Phoenix, I still don't know if I want to use Sleep Token as his theme song, like the video that I put out, which is why I put concept, because that might not be what I use. Because the song that I had used before from a band called the Advaita Concept is so damn good. But in other cases, like characters that I've had thought of using actual copyrighted music for, I'm just going to use that music. Like, whatever. I'm not worried about making YouTube money or anything like that. I just want to tell stories, pretty much. I just want to tell the stories I have in my head, put that out into the world, and have people enjoy it for what it is without needing to worry about those details. So, yeah, I've kind of rounded a corner as far as that goes.
What else we got here? Penn says, I'm not entirely happy with my progress in car making. 2K25 is going to be here, and all I've made are Joshi. You don't have to rush things. Like, just the fact that it's a yearly release means that if you make a lot of characters, you're kind of crunching yourself to recreate them all. It's different for me because I've already said that this is going to be my last WWE game. So I'm not in a rush as much as I would have been under normal circumstances. But you just have to let the creative juices flow as they're going to. Because when you rush is when you really kind of handicap yourself as far as what it is that you want to do. Like, if you think about it, okay, I want to make this guy or this girl today. Then you just sit down, hunker down, take care of that one by one. Before, I would be doing things in sequences, like basically I will make the characters as it is that I had planned on using them in the shows. Before that, I would just make everybody who I was going to make before I even thought about doing the shows. And the first method is better. It's more productive because you have an idea of who it is that you're going to be creating first and foremost, the ones who are necessary, and then you fall back and make everybody else after that. But yeah, as far as 2K25 is concerned, you got to think about it like this. They're sunsetting the 2K23 servers at the end of this month. So they're going to be sunsetting the servers for 2K24 here next year at the end of January 2026. So you have that much time
But then are you going to get 2K25? And then you have to basically start that whole process over again from scratch. And yeah, that's the primary reason why I just said, fuck it, I'm not doing this shit anymore. We're stopping here. And then my next game will be Ultra Pro Wrestling. And I'm going to do what I do with that. Because it's not going to be a yearly release thing. They're going to add content as expansions, DLC, you know, probably some microtransactions and stuff like that. But the game itself is going to be the game. And you don't have to worry about having your stuff being sunset or taken off of a server because they're about to release a new game. That's a big thing for me as far as my productivity, because again, I make a lot of calls, and having to remake them every year is a pain in the ass, and they don't seem to be interested in alleviating that, which they can. I've said this plenty of times before. They could have saves that can transfer from one version of the game to the next, and it's not a problem for them because the game uses the exact same code. They just don't want to do that because they want you to buy the new game. So yeah. What else we got here? Oh yeah, I have the entire Cyberpunk 2077 soundtrack on my playlist, Crow. Yes, that's some fine work. Great game. I still haven't finished the Phantom Liberty DLC yet. Haven't had the time to. No spoilers, please. Chris, yes, we're doing Cyrus. I just have to go into Photoshop and make his skin darker because at the present moment, you might not have seen this, but let me go ahead and show it off. That's how he's looking right now in the game. I do not understand what is wrong with the coding in this game as far as images are concerned, because you can very clearly see on the face texture that this is a medium brown, dark-skinned African American male. So why does it on the core model look like he's a tanned white guy? Like, where is the optimization here? These people at 2K, they really don't do much as far as optimizing or the finer points of, you know, improving this engine, which is another reason why I've decided I'm not going to be supporting WWE 2K games anymore, because they can't even get this part right. So yeah, as results, we're jumping back into Photoshop because I gotta make the face texture darker. And no, I don't use mods. I'm on the PlayStation 5 version. I mean, I have the PC version of Cyberpunk, I just haven't loaded it up yet. Again, just not enough time to. The other part about mods for Cyberpunk I've actually come to the realization of is that it only really benefits you in photo mode when you're taking snapshots of the game, because otherwise you're in first person, so you can't really see how your V looks when he or she is modified, which kind of sucks because a lot of the mods are awesome. Like, I love the mods in Cyberpunk, especially for female V, the way you can get her to look, but you can't see it because you're in first person. So it kind of defeats the purpose of doing that. But that's just me. Yeah, Crow. That's like the opposite end of the spectrum there. Like this whole color calibration and optimization thing is some really advanced level shit. And I don't think they have anybody on their staff that really knows this, which is a problem. I ain't gonna do it for them because they want a freaking bachelor's degree in computer technology and shit like that for working for them. Kevin R, welcome in. Yeah. Just doing what we do here. Doing what I do best. Well, one of the things I do best. Let's go ahead and open up our faces and get this Cyrus stuff done. And I'm pretty much going to have to do that with every single face texture I have for everybody that I'm going to be making this year. I've come to that realization now, unfortunately. Yeah, they're getting paid for nothing. They're getting paid to do nothing. I wouldn't mind that gig, actually. But I would actually want to do something productive. Like, if I were working at 2K Games right now, like, just go ahead and make me the creative director for WWE 2K. Not the creative director for the whole game, but let me be in charge of a team that takes care of the creation suite stuff. And yeah, we're gonna blow minds, because for all of the critique that I make about the creation mode in this game, it is one of the better creation modes of any game. Like, this has been like the standard that every other game has used, but other games have gotten better at it. Like, the creation mode for, say, Monster Hunter, Street Fighter 6, Dragon Age, all these other games, they got their basic ideas from the WWE games, but they've managed to make it better because they actually, put effort into improving stuff instead of just adding things and taking away. So that would be where it is that I would take my focus if I were the person who was overseeing the creation suite. Taking what works out of all those games and putting them into this game. And if that means we have to change something in the engine to make it sync up with the actual in-game models, then okay, so be it. Like, they need to be doing this stuff anyway. Just saying. Yeah, they're only really interested in whatever it is that's going to maximize their profits. Like, we just have to accept the fact that this is 2K. They are they're a AAA game designer. So they're more interested in maximizing as much money as that they can make off of a single product. So the finer details and the creative stuff of that nature, that's like secondary to them. It's gonna take, I've said this a couple of times before, it would take a mass exodus of the creative community for them to actually decide that they wanted to focus on that and improve it. But then why would you have to be forced to move away an entire sub-community of your community that is pretty much the lifeblood of the entire community in order to decide that you wanted to make things better. Because without the core community, the rest of the WWE games community is going to suffer. Because a lot of the game is your created wrestlers. People go to the community creations to get the creations of wrestlers who are in the game or that they want in the game. Case in point, last year, 2K24, there was no CM Punk in the game. The highest rated created wrestler was CM Punk. If there was nobody to make that CM Punk, then how many people do you think would get the game? Because they want to play as Punk, but here's no Punk. So what am I wasting my money for? And the same with others, you know. Any of the AEW characters, you want to have AEW wrestlers. You don't want to play Fight Forever to play as AEW wrestlers. They don't see that. They wouldn't see that unless it was taken away from them. And that would take the community to say, okay, we're done. We quit. We're going somewhere else. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Fight Forever. Big missed opportunity. Ultra Pro Wrestling is going to be what Fight Forever should have been. I don't think I'm going to need to open up my shader file for him. I just need to make the skin tone a little darker is all. So we're just gonna drop the lightness down and maybe bump up the saturation a little bit. Now, do you see how dark this face texture is now? It's probably going to pop up in the game just the middle shade of brown that it needed to be in the first place. Well, see, that's the thing. Ultra Pro is going for a certain aesthetic. Like, the style of the game is more fictional, exaggerated. It's not realistic proportions and such like that. That's their intention. Personally, I don't mind it because that's kind of what it is that I go for in my looks anyway. You know, majority of my wrestlers are not small. Yeah, that's what I'm going for right there. Cyrus's skin complexion is close to, you know, Bobby Lashley, like mid-tier. He's my color. He's supposed to be my color. Not freaking Drake's color. Let's hope that that is what I need to do to fix it. Yeah, I do actually like this whole storyline going on there with Final Judgment and Miz and the Wyatt Six. Now, as far as the matches are concerned, like, this is definitely more of a storyline in the sense of it being more centered around the story than the ring work. Like, don't expect any 5-star matches between Karrion Kross and Uncle Howdy. That's not going to happen here. They're not built for that type of wrestling. Kross is, but Uncle Howdy slash Bo Dallas slash yeah, he's not that type of worker. They're gonna wrestle to tell a story, not to, you know, be a 5-star technical classic. Alright, let's jump back into the game. I'm gonna have to re-download the next version of the face texture here. So we're backing all the way out. Yeah, Kross is underrated. Kross is very, very much underrated. He got done dirty the first time because of the ignorance of Vince McMahon. Like, this is well documented that they would be calling people up from NXT, and Vince has no idea what it is that they even did on NXT. Which is the stupidest thing. Like, that's just beyond dumb. I can't even speak any positive things about that element. But they brought him back in, and the idea at first, I think they're slowly building to that, is that, yeah, definitely Kevin Sullivan inspired. Also, he cites Sean O'Haire as being an inspiration for his current character. That whole devil's advocate thing that Sean O'Haire was doing before they made him Roddy Piper's stooge and then ultimately made him disappear. But yeah, like, the plan that they had, or they're still executing at this point, is they wanted Karrion Kross to be the number 2 heel in the company behind Roman Reigns. But now Roman Reigns is more of a tweener. He's not a heel, but he's not a face. So now they're going to be trying, I guess, to build Karrion Kross into that top heel character. Or if not, he's the top heel, he's one of the biggest heels. So, yeah. Work in progress. Love
of a song. Yeah. Sean O'Haire is still one of the biggest what if stories in the history of professional wrestling. Because he could have been the guy. He could have been the top heel in the Ruthless Aggression era if they had booked him properly. That has a lot to do with the fact that he still had personal demons that he was dealing with, but his look, his gimmick, his promoing skills, like he was there. He had it, but it just never materialized, unfortunately. Yeah, he passed away a while ago. It's been over a decade. Like, I don't know if it's obvious because the way that I've transformed his look to be in current era, but Tyson Blackheart was inspired by Sean O'Haire. Yeah. The spider webs and everything. We just replaced the spider webs for demon heads, but pretty much Tyson Blackheart in his first form, if you will, which was Tyson Terra, was completely inspired by Sean O'Haire's character. That whole devil's advocate type of character. Oh no, his finisher was cool. I like that move, the Widowmaker. Yes, Vesper is nice. Welcome, Imami. Thank you. Appreciate it. Vesper and Veretta. That's a tag team name right there. If I ever decided to put them together, they have their own agendas in my gaming universe here. They're on two different trajectories. Well, damn. 10-week streak? Okay. Welcome, Zapal, first off. What call would have some influences of Asu Senna from Tekken 8? You mean out of the ones that I create? Probably it would have to be a Latin character. It would have to be a Hispanic character. Unfortunately, we have to stereotype here, but it would probably be Rosa del Toro, who I have not made yet. Maybe I might recreate her at some point. Who else? I really do like Lola Vice. I was thinking maybe to create a character that's like loosely based off of her. I mean, I had one at one point that was almost in that same concept as Lola Vice before Lola Vice ever even entered professional wrestling. What was her name? Valeria Orsini, who was based off of an Instagram model, I think. The whole thing was Miami Nice. This kind of goes together with that, so maybe her. But yeah, admittedly, I don't have a whole lot of Hispanic characters. Yeah, I mean,
that's just one of those things. I have Lorena on the Diamond Division side. I have Marisol Cardinal. Maybe Marisol. Yeah, I think probably Marisol, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Could have some Azucena inspired stuff. Because character-wise, I have her personality kind of like that. Like, she's a little bit more of a comedy type thing. Like, she's based off of Sofia Vergara. And it would be a lot like her character in Modern Family. So yeah, she's like really, you know, what's the word? Feisty. Azucena is that kind of feisty character too. So yeah. Excuse me. Ah, yes. Monica Straker. That was actually a physical core version of a character that Ricky Whitney created artwork for. I don't know if he's still in the chat here, but yeah, I had touched base with him to like make core versions of a lot of the characters that he had drew on his Instagram, his DeviantArt page, and she came out really, really good. I might make a new version of her at some point, but at the present moment, it's more about creating my characters and creating the short list of revised versions of my brother's characters, and then from there, yes, he's still there. Hello, Ricky. Good stuff. You are an awesome artist, in case you didn't already know this. But yeah. I have my list of creations that I'm going to be doing first, and then I might break off and do some side projects after that. Imami, have I ever thought of making a black stereotype persona? No. The closest to those type of characters, and they're not even close to that, is the characters that I'm making that are based off of the recreations that I've made off of my brother. So iconic Jason Jones, that would be the closest, and even then they're not stereotypical on the fact that they're not, you know, exploitively hood, you know, like Crime Time, or these two dudes that were in NXT, I forgot their names, that they got wrestling in like jeans and Timberlands. Like, that type of stuff doesn't appeal to me. Like, that's counterproductive to the entire idea of us melanated folk in professional wrestling. That's just my opinion, though. But the closest to that type of personality would be Jason Jones, iconic. I have a couple of other characters. Hit Row's another example. Yeah. My aesthetic as far as black wrestlers is close to, like, say, Hurt Business, Swerve Strickland style nowadays. Who else? Obafemi, Trick Williams. He's got a little hood in him, you know. He's a little street, but like not ghetto. Street, but not ghetto. There you go. That's what that is. There we go. That's what we need right there. That's perfect. That is his complexion, ladies and gentlemen. Or gentlemen, because there are no women in But yeah. Oi. Now we proceed as normal. With the face morphing and stuff. We're talking about the Spider-Verse movies here. I'm going to say this much about the Spider-Verse movies that Sony made. None of them had Spider-Man in it. And that's the problem. That's the main reason why they failed. How are you going to create a Spider-Verse and not have Spider-Man in the movie? Like Venom. Like you're basically asking for it. Like it's... Why isn't Spider-Man appearing in any of these? This makes no sense. Whether they're going to be trying to make like a Spider-Vengers movie after they release them where everybody teams up and then Spider-Man shows up. No, that's not working. We need that instant gratification going on here. Like, and they didn't do that. And that's why all those movies flopped. Well, that's not the main reason. Well, that is the main reason. The other reason why is because the writing sucked. But at least give the fans the satisfaction of seeing Spider-Man in the movie with these characters in some way, shape, or form. They couldn't even get that right. And new person, it's Junior. Welcome. Welcome in. I actually did like the Flash movie. Like, this is a situation where you separate the product from the actor. Like, yes, I forget his name. The actor who played the Flash was a garbage human being, but you could have just simply recasted him after this movie. The movie itself, however, though, was great because it, in its own way, kind of explained the whole multiverse thing as far as the DC universe is concerned. Ezra Miller, there you go, yes. Like the original plan, before they just said, screw it, we're just gonna let James Gunn handle everything now, was supposed to be the beginning of them doing a movie version of Flashpoint, which would be basically resetting the whole DC movie universe so that they can still use some of the same actors and change other actors, but just continue on. But way too confusing. And then the fact that the Black Adam movie after that didn't do well at all, even though they added Hank Cavill back in as Superman, that Warner Brothers just said, okay, we're done. We're just going to let a professional handle this. James Gunn has not made a bad movie in like the last freaking 15 years. Here's DC Comics. Do something with it, please. And the rest is history. Because I don't know about y'all, but I think that Superman trailer was awesome. And I'm really looking forward to that movie. If they wanted to, they can still have Peacemaker. Like, he's good enough to where you can, like, slip him into whatever it is that they're going to be doing with this James Gunn universe the same way that Marvel Studios did with Deadpool. Like, he's their Deadpool, basically. Have you ever made a call with an animation persona? For example, like Dragon Ball, Cloud, One Piece. Have I? Not really. Like, a lot of times, the concepts I use for most of my wrestlers either will come from, well, okay, sometimes slightly anime inspired characters, but not a whole lot. Maybe like little nuances. Most of my inspiration comes from other wrestlers, video games like Tekken, Street Fighter, that type of stuff, and comic books, but not really anime specifically. Look at that perfect chocolate brown complexion. That's beautiful right there. There you go. That's what I wanted. I don't even have to tweak anything on the face as far as the shading and the coloring and stuff like that. That's the way that my face textures are supposed to work on the game. But the game doesn't know how to color optimize itself to where I have to change this the last 3 times that I've made calls. But yeah, rant over. This is perfect. We're happy. We can move on now. There's this James Gunn. Yeah. The specials. I'm gonna have to look that one up. And some of his pre-comic book work, I'm assuming. I'm very interested in certain directors, like in their before they were famous type movies, directors and producers and stuff like that, like the movies they make before they become household names, if you will. Because you got to start somewhere. Oh, it's like The Boys, so it's kind of like an alternative type of superhero sort of thing, like a different conceptualization. Okay, that works for me. I like that. Like that whole alternative superhero type of deal, like it got really popular because people were starting to get burned out on all the superhero movies. But The Boys was one. Heroes, actually, that show that was on NBC, that was another big one. What else is there? Watchmen, the movie, and then the show that came after that. Invincible, another example. Yeah. Funny you mentioned that, Penn, about Cody Rhodes, because everybody who is talking about Cody Rhodes eventually turning heel wants him to tap into like a Homelander's type of character. Like, you know, I'm the hero, like the scene basically where he's at the show and he's telling everybody, you are lucky to have me. You need me to save you. I'm the hero. You're not the heroes. I'm your hero. And you need me more than I need you. That would sled. That would put that would put Cody Rhodes over as a heel bigger than the tribal chief has done for Roman Reigns. Like, that would, man, listen. That would break the industry right there. I hope it happens. I hope it happens in that way, though. We don't know. We're speculating. Like, people are just spitballing ideas here. I know Cody is the type of person who is aware of the internet wrestling community, like what fans say and such like that. So maybe it's in his ear. I hope it is. Because if he does that, he becomes the guy, the number one guy in professional wrestling. Period. Yeah, the undashing Cody gimmick, that was nice. Cody hasn't done anything bad. Like, he's taken shit and turned it into sugar. That's the Rhodes gene, basically. Dusty had it, Dustin has it, Cody has it. Like, it's in their blood, pretty much. Yeah, I remember his heel run. The Ring. He was kind of like a Godfather type vibe. What does your mommy say? Sometimes we have to put in a lot more making our cars since 2K is making everything complicated. Amen to that. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they stripped out of the call mode because 2K does not know how to stabilize the mode. Again, this stems from the fact that Ukes pretty much threw the whole engine at them when they left their contract with WWE. And the programmers at Visual Concepts and 2K Games don't know how to optimize it. So all they can do is take things off, because if they leave it in there, they'll break the game with whatever it is that they add to it, which is what happened in 2K20. So, yeah. His TNT title run, well, see, the thing with that is that how do I say it? For whatever reason, he decided he didn't want to be a world champion in AEW. He even made that public. Like, as long as he was in AEW, he wouldn't go for the world championship, because he didn't want to be the person who was like, I'm one of the VPs, but I'm also a champion. Like, he looked down on that, because that's in essence what it is that Triple H did, pretty much. And he didn't want to be that type of person. In hindsight, I don't think anybody would have cared if he would have won the AEW championship. Like, Kenny is a VP and he was a champion. Nobody said anything about that. So that was just one of those kind of like he made a move too fast. He predetermined himself too quickly there. Ultra Pro Wrestling's not out yet. They said that it's launching in 2025. So it's launching this year. We just don't know when yet. Yeah, he was too giving. You gotta be a little selfish in professional wrestling, but that was the whole vibe early on in AEW. You know, it's just that whole thing. We have this new company, it's taking off, people like what it is that they see, and we're gonna try to do everything for everyone. and it's noble, but sometimes you gotta be a little selfish. Like, again, it wouldn't have taken anything away from him. Maybe you would have had a handful of people who would have been like, oh, that's selfish. You own part of the company and you're a champion now. And yeah, like, whatever. You know, if you're making good stories, if you're helping build people, then who cares? The only one critique I have about Cody in AEW is the program that he had with Anthony Ogogo. Ogogo should have won, because that would have put him over as a top face in AEW, because he came from boxing and trained to be a wrestler, and they were going back and forth all the time on social media. They had a couple of matches, and then was it a couple of matches or was it just one match? I don't remember. Jeez, short-term memory. But by all accounts, Okogo should have gone over, and he didn't. And he kind of dropped off the face of the earth after that, and people weren't happy about that, which I guess was kind of part of what it was that made Cody decide he wanted to go the direction that he did. Yeah, that's the only really critique I have about Cody, though, because then he had the feud with Malachi Black when he came in, and Black got over that one. That was the best call. That was the right move to do. So, 1-1. We got SmackDown 06. Yeah. 06 has some really good moves too. What I forgot is better than whatever they remember. Never mind, I'm off it. Was it Brandy that was booking the women's division? I thought it was Kenny. Because Kenny Omega was bringing in a lot of Joshi wrestlers. Did they have a reality show? I think so, yeah. I was trying to, I guess, tap into that whole Total Divas type of market. The problem with that is that AEW does not have that type of market. Excuse me. AEW's demographic is predominantly men. Pretty much. WWE has more of a female market, and how do I put it? Gay folk. And those are the ones who like those reality TV type shows. AEW doesn't have that demographic. So that's why it didn't work for them. Total Divas. And its follow-up, Total Bellas. Of which, in actuality, Total Divas was just Total Bellas in the first place. Pretty much. Not all gay folk, but most gay folk. I watch equal parts WWE and AEW. Nowadays, it's mostly just highlights, though. I don't sit and watch shows as much. TNA, yeah, not so much Ring of Honor, and New Japan. Well, see, the thing is, for me, it's not so much the show, it's certain people on the show, which is why I watch more highlights than the actual shows. So, like, for example, I'm more interested in the Final Testament stuff on Raw. Not so much Bloodline, Judgment Day, stuff like that. So, I watch anything that has pertains to that, what's going on there. Over in AEW, Swerve, Hurt Business, who else? Like, not really feeling Moxley's championship run here. I might, now that it looks like he's going up against Adam Copeland, they're probably going to drop the belt from Moxley to Adam Copeland. Spoiler alert. But yeah, NXT women's division, most definitely. Men's division, Obafemi. I hope he beats Trick. They're probably calling Trick up, so he's probably going to beat Trick for the NXT championship. And then women's division, Julia, Stephanie Vaquer, Zarya. Those are the big three. I'm calling it right now. Those are going to be the top three women's wrestlers on NXT in 2025. They're calling up Raquel Rodriguez. It's just, who is she going to drop the belt to? It'll be one of those three. You heard it here first. What an edgy move. I know, right? Yes. I mean, you pretty much knew that at some point they were going to put the World Championship on him, because I'm guessing they probably spent a lot of money to get him. So yeah. Yeah, that was a great match. WWE scooped up Stephanie before she could get signed by AEW. And, you know, in all honesty, I think it would probably have been better for her to go to WWE than AEW, all things considered. Because it allows her to show, it allows her to get her shine on with that roster. Because the reason why I say Stephanie, Julia, and Zarya are going to be your big three in 2025 is, on paper, they're better than every other female wrestler on that whole roster. So, I love Lola Vice, I love Jada Parker, I love Sol Ruka, but those three are better than everybody on the main roster, let alone the NXT roster. I'm going all the way there. So yeah. Yeah. Tiniest pinch of salt. There's this one luchadora named La Hydra that everybody is saying that is probably going to get signed to NXT because she's thick as fuck, and Shawn Michaels clearly has a type. What do I think of Bianca and Naomi as tag team champions? I think they need to stop with putting these ladies as freaking tag team champions and have them be world champions, for crying out loud. I mean, what has happened with freaking Bianca Belair? She was the top woman on Raw, and now she's in tag teams with Jade Cargill, and she's an afterthought now. Like, she's the best pure athlete on that entire main roster. And yeah, I could go on a very, very, very long-winded rant about how it is that on the main roster, the talent of my complexion are not being utilized at all, if not properly. But we're not gonna go there. Yeah. Welcome in, Sean. Welcome back, Chris. Happy New Year. Yes. Yeah, see, with Roxanne Perez, there's a certain way that you have to book her on the main roster that will make it work for her, because she's small. That is a very, very small girl. She is as big as freaking AJ Lee. But the problem is, she's not as athletic as AJ Lee. So you have to book her a certain way to where she's crafty. Kind of like how they do it with Alexa Bliss. If they book her like Alexa, then she'll be fine. Because Alexa's very undersized as well, and not necessarily athletic. So they made her be a smart wrestler as opposed to being a strong or a fast wrestler. That's what they have to do with Roxanne. Yeah, Crow, I believe that, and I'll tell you why. There was a point in time during the Ruthless Aggression era where Triple H went out of his way to throw shade at MVP, at freaking Ken Anderson, aka Mr. Kennedy. He practically tried to bury those two while they were on their rise. So I wouldn't say specifically it's black people, but it is black people. But it's just also people who, there's like a certain type of person that he just doesn't gel with. The ones who are confident in themselves. Like, Mr. Kennedy was like on his shit, and he knew he had it, and everybody was on page with him except Triple H. So he got in people's ear, and that just went the way that it did. And as far as with melanated people, like, he really did not do himself a service when he made that comment at that press conference where he's like, I don't see color, I only see talent. Like, that was a swing and a miss right there. That was a strikeout. Like, bro. If you could retract the statement that you made and have it wiped off of the face of existence, that would be the one right there I think he probably should have. Because, yeah, aged like milk. When you look at the combination of Bobby Lashley leaving, MVP leaving, the way that they've basically made the Street Profits disappear, the way that they made, okay, I'm going on the rant. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to do it. Lashley leaves, MVP leaves. They basically make the Street Profits disappear, put the tag team titles on the Motor City Machine Guns their first night in, whereas the Street Profits have been there doing their thing for years. You have Carmelo Hayes, who comes in, has a great series with Andrade, has a three-way feud with Andrade and LA Knight, and then disappears, gets buried by Braun Strowman of all people. Who cares about Braun Strowman? Then we go with Bianca Belair, like I said. Naomi, like I said. It's like, what? What is going on? Omos, another one. What is going on? And now we're talking about maybe calling up Trick Williams to the main roster. Why? What point? I'll even go as far as to say Patrick Clark, the artist formerly known as the Velveteen Dream. He's back wrestling now. Everybody's like, I hope they let you come back to WWE, because, you know, the allegations that were against him were completely false. So he's got no record or anything like that. So everybody's like, we hope they let you come back. We want to see the Dream back in WWE. No, you don't. No. Unless he stays exclusively in NXT, WWE will do nothing with him, because we have a track record of what they have done with wrestlers like him, the ones that look like me, which is absolutely nothing. The fast track to the next black world heavyweight champion was either Carmelo Hayes or Montez Ford. They're nowhere close to that now. Years from that happening. And that's just where we are right now. And meanwhile, Triple H doesn't see color. He only sees talent. So by his actions, he's basically saying that black wrestlers don't have talent, because you're not using them. So what does that mean? Like, I swear I should start a wrestling vlog. I would be going in on this shit. Oh, they changed his name to Noah? What? Really? I don't... Yeah, okay. Hot take, unpopular opinion. NXT is better than the main roster right now. Outside of the Bloodline and Final Testament, main roster WWE sucks. NXT has a whole lot more going on to it. Yep, I said it. Oh, don't get me started on Saba Simba. I remember that. Ugh. Ugh. Giving Tito Santana a freaking matador gimmick. Ugh. If I ever met Vince McMahon, I would have to honestly ask him, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, bro, what is your problem? You have something wrong with you. I mean, it's too late for us to fix whatever it is wrong with you, but there's something wrong with you. And we're starting to see that little by little, something's wrong with Triple H too. Like, it is what it is. I hate to be the one to say it. People aren't happy when it is that I do say it on social media platforms, because everybody loves Papa H because he's so better at booking than Vince was. Well, okay. How? Because in my opinion, Shawn Michaels is a better booker than he is. Oh, okay, Omos isn't even in WWE anymore. Shows you how much I've been paying attention. Yeah, Triple H versus Booker is all you need to know. You just call right back to that and shut down any other conversation. There was an example of the wrong decision being made. Excuse me. Welcome in, Blue Demon. Yes, NXT is awesome. It's the McMahon gene, I guess. It's superior to the Levesque gene. So when he penetrated Stephanie for the first time, those genetics transferred into his DNA. I know that was nasty, right? Yeah. Prime Booker T was the best pure athlete in professional wrestling. Hands down. I mean, as far as heavyweights go. Oh. Yeah, there's that story about Stephanie and the Macho Man that's unproven, but you probably think maybe there's some accuracy to it. They don't want to talk about that, though. Well, good on Omos, still doing his thing, raising his stock. Maybe he comes back at some point. I wouldn't recommend it. But, yeah, you know, WWE is not the only game in town. The Houston Hangover, formerly known as the Harlem Hangover. I'll give it to them. We didn't know any better because we were younger, but I believe that they were from Harlem. Like, I was like, they're from Harlem apparently. They had the sound, they had the look. We didn't know they were from Houston. Like, but Houston Heat, you know, doesn't have the same flair to it as Harlem Heat does. Houston Heat sounds like a restaurant where you could have like some good barbecue, ribs and chicken and stuff. Anybody here from Texas? There's an entrepreneurial idea for you. Houston Heat. Get Booker T to endorse it. There you go. You're making money. You're printing money right there. One of his most famous moments, yes. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga. And the reaction afterwards, like he knew he just fucked up and he's probably getting fired. The Ebony Experience. That's a cool name for a tag team. What build do I want to get this guy? Do I want to make him a thicky boy this year? He's 268 pounds. Nah, we'll go with this one. Houston Heat sounds like a cocktail. Yeah. It sounds delicious to me. Yeah, Crow. I say this about Too Cold. If Scorpio were in today's wrestling industry, he'd be the best wrestler on the planet. Even with the dancing, he would be the best wrestler in the world because Scorpio did it all. Technical wrestling, brawling, high flying. He was good on the mic. He was over with the crowd. He had everything. But he was in the wrong era. But just to clarify, ECW Scorpio, not WCW Scorpio, not Flash Funk, ECW Scorpio. Best in the world if he was here wrestling today. Fun fact, I was actually kind of tapping into some of Scorpio / Flash Funk when I had originally done the conceptualization for this character on your screen right here. But the problem is, he's too acrobatic. I wanted Cyrus to be more of a grounded type of character, not so much about the high flying and stuff like that. So that's when I decided to tap into more of MVP's wrestling style with a little bit of The Rock, because it's showy. It's kind of like the big 90s style showman type wrestling style, but it still has a lot of Japanese influence because MVP was big into Japanese wrestling. Yes. ECW Scorpio was suited for Japan. Yeah, they were still bouncing between ECW and Japan back then. Like, everybody in ECW, or most of them, were still like independent, like actual independent contractors, not just the lame excuse that WWE uses for an independent contractor so they don't have to pay these people health insurance. But they were actually independent, so you still had a lot of guys in ECW that would go over to Japan and wrestle for Noah, and All Japan was still around back then, New Japan, so yeah. Do I like MVP's finisher? No. That overdrive move never made any sense to me. It looks cool, but it doesn't look like it does any damage to anyone. Like, over time, he started to use more grounded moves as finishers. Like, he would use the drive-by kick, not the Roman Reigns drive-by, but like that variation of the Shining Wizard that he used. Then he started using the crossface, because he was actually really good friends with Benoit, so he used it as an homage. Yeah. Orton used it. Carlito used it. MVP used it. I think Cody Rhodes used it for a little bit too. Like, yeah, like, stop. Why did they put that move on people? That move should be what the DDT is now. That move should be the move that everybody just uses to use. And the DDT should be a finishing move, still, in my opinion. But, yeah. Imami, do you like Paul Heyman? Yes. Do I like Brock Lesnar? Yes. I don't know anything about what it was that Brock is accused of doing, but the same way I separate Benoit the wrestler from Benoit the person, Brock the wrestler is one of the best to ever do it. Brock the person, I can't say yes or no, because whatever he did, he did. I don't know about it. I can't say he's guilty or not. People will make their assumptions. It is quite clear what it is that Benoit did, obviously, but I still separate what he did as a profession to what he did as a person. So as far as Brock is concerned, as a wrestler, I still admire his work. And yeah, I have no problems with him. What you do on your own time is your business, as long as you're not hurting anyone. The rack attack. Yeah. Brock plays R. Kelly in Shrek. Oh yeah, imagine that. I always thought Brock to be a country guy, but yeah, he might throw some R. Kelly on his playlist. That's foul. That's terrible. We're horrible people. Yeah, I agree with you on the rack attack. Dave Chappelle. Anything connected to the Bella Twins is lame. There you go. I said it. That's a moment in professional wrestling history that if we could expunge out of the collective consciousness, I would totally be for that. Like, let's erase any memory of the Bella Twins out of our minds, and how WWE somehow tried to convince us that these were the best female wrestlers in the world. Nope. Yeah, exactly. Plus, you're putting the weight of your body and another person's body on your knees. Like, this makes no sense. Excuse me. The AJ pipe bomb 2.0. Yeah, that was a moment in time. And the thing about that promo is that you could hear, and they didn't have mics. You heard the Bellas trying to scream over her as she's talking, so you know all of the shit that she was saying was true, and it was triggering the fuck out of them. That's what made that even better. Let me see. Only way the Bellas contributed to, yeah, wrestling fans got sick of them and they took bathroom breaks. Yes. The whole Divas era, up until AJ Lee and Caitlyn joined in, was the bathroom break era. Not the best time for women's wrestling in WWE. Yeah, that was a project that not even Daniel Bryan could properly undertake. Crow training Brie Bella to be a better wrestler. No. Some people got it, some don't. She just didn't have the chops for it. Like, they were models, like, and not even fitness models, just models. Like, you can't get into wrestling without any form of athletic background behind you. That's just makes no sense. Let's copy this eye. Alright. Time for the tattoos. Yeah, Trish and Lita, also Jazz, Molly Holly. Who else was in that group? They were wrestling like they had something to prove, because they did, really. They were trying to get away from that whole bra and panties, bathroom break. We're not interested in this type of thing. Victoria also, yeah. Melina also. Yeah, you need that though, Crow. As far as like women like Jazz, you need that. You have to have that kind of differentiation, that variety. You have your show men, show women, if you will. You have your acrobats, you got your strikers, you got your powerhouses. You need those type of powerhouses that are really imposing and not just, that they look bigger than the other women, like say Raquel Rodriguez, for example. You have to have somebody who can actually work in a way that is like, okay, I'm scared for this other girl's life because she looks like she can murder them with her bare hands. You need that. It's to the credit to the other wrestlers, to the other talent at that time, that they were able to hold their own against someone like Jazz. This is a testament to Lita and Trish and Molly and all the rest of them who were sharing that same ring with her. She probably could. She's dating, I think they're still married, Rodney Mack. They were together. I think they're still together. They're not wrestling anymore, obviously. Maybe Rodney is a little bit like part-time independent, but yeah, Rodney Mack, that was my dude back then. I really wish they would have did more with him. But again, we're talking about a black wrestler in the Vince McMahon era of WWE. There's only but so much that he's going to be able to do. But as far as the stereotypical angry black man gimmick that they seem to put on most wrestlers back then, he did it pretty good. I was entertained by his work. Tougher than a $3 steak. $3 steak don't sound bad. Any denomination of steak, I'll take. Pretty much. Also, he was in that era where the roster was really, really stacked. This was when they had Goldberg, they had Steiner, Brock was just coming in. Who else? It was the Here Comes the Pain era, is what I like to call it. It's still the ruthless aggression era, quote unquote, but I call it the Here Comes the Pain era because it's categorized by the roster that they had on SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, which was the most stacked roster that any WWE game has ever had. Because when you look at that roster, you had Prime Brock, you had Triple H in his prime, you had The Rock in his prime, Deadman Taker in his prime, Steiner, Goldberg, Booker T. Like this was the height of WWE as far as roster size and talent was concerned. So even if there weren't any holes in Rodney Mack's game at all, he still would have been overshadowed because there were so many other more popular talents that were there already that it would have made that much more difficult for him to get over. Batista was just coming into. This was the start of the Legend Killer era of Randy Orton because they were both in Evolution. Like, yeah, there was a lot of talent back then. That was really, really hard for anybody to get over at that point in time. Yeah, if Teddy Long would have been a little bit more serious, that probably would have helped. Because Teddy can talk. Teddy's definitely, he could definitely speak as a manager, but he was trying to be a little bit too much like Slick. Excuse me. And that didn't work out for a character like Rodney Mack, because you have to meet that tone that he's also in. Do I want to make this bigger? Let's make it bigger. Whatever. Looking forward to seeing Raw on Netflix. Yes, I am. However, they've already said that don't expect for it to be any more edgier than it already is. So it's like You're not going to be hearing more curse words and promos and stuff like that on Netflix. So, people will need to temper their expectations as far as that goes. As far as Pentagon goes, I've said this a couple of times already on social media. If you are expecting for Pentagon Jr. in WWE to be anything near what he was in AEW, or more specifically in Lucha Underground, I'm letting you know right now, temper your expectations, because Penta is getting nerfed big time when he goes into WWE. He's not going to be able to do half of the shit that he has done outside of WWE. So let's put that into perspective right now and temper your expectations for what it is that he does when he gets in there. Yeah, I think everything's still going to be on Netflix. Like the shows, the pay-per-views, I think they're still going to have on Hulu also, if you have that. I don't know for sure. I think they have some press release that gives that information out. I'm not all the way sure though. They're called premium live events now. Yeah. Let's give this man some chin hair. Well, I hope that he's not lost in the shuffle. I don't think it's going to be that case. I'm just saying, as far as his his ring work is concerned, Pentagon Jr. He's going to be nerfed, basically. Like he's not going to be doing the dazzling and brutal moves that he has done elsewhere, because WWE is not that style of wrestling. Like, how do I put it? Every wrestler that has signed to WWE outside of AJ Styles has been what I call nerfed to an extent. So nerfing is like, you know, say in a fighting game or a first-person shooter game or something like that, where something is too powerful, the developers go in and nerf it. They reduce the effectiveness. They're like, change something that makes them a little less stronger than it was, so that they're not as overpowered. So what happens when a wrestler gets signed to WWE is they get nerfed. A lot of the moves that they're known for, they are probably going to have to change up or not use anymore, because WWE has their own style, if you will, and safety protocols and such like that that say that you can't do these moves. And then just also their booking and pecking order, if you will. They don't want certain wrestlers to look better than other wrestlers. Pentagon Jr., if he does his thing, looks better than 90% of the entire WWE's main roster right now. He's that good. He'll make everybody else look like trash. They don't want to do that. So they're going to have him do less than what it is that he can do, because they still want to make Roman Reigns look strong, so to speak. Pretty much. Watered down, distilled, that type of thing. Did I ever like Cena? Yeah. I like Cena. I don't like how they booked Cena. I don't how they didn't book people alongside of Cena. That's my only critique about his career. I put it to you like this, as far as Cena goes. In that same time frame, over there in New Japan, for example, Okada was the guy, the top guy, but you still had Naito. You still had Tanahashi. You still had Jay White. You still had, who else was there? So many other guys that they were booking strong to be competition for Okada, to the point where anytime they fought, there was the chance that Okada might lose. Like, we believe that this guy could possibly beat Okada for the IWGP Championship. That didn't happen with Cena. Anytime anybody's wrestling Cena, we know Cena's going to win because Cena always wins. That was the problem with Cena. Like, his style, his moves, and everything like that, there was nothing wrong with that. His gimmick, nothing wrong with that. It's just, they just tried to make him Hogan, basically. And the only reason Hogan worked is because we didn't know better back then. We did now. We were all older. We could tell what was going on. And Vince didn't care. To an extent, he didn't care that way either about Roman Reigns. He was just trying to make Cena 2.0, which is Hogan 3.0. I really should do a wrestling vlog. Meanwhile, anyone well over 5'11" was being molded into the next Andre the Giant. Yeah. I really don't like the fact that they never actually added the sleeveless MVP. Oh, well, I say that, and there it is. Okay. No, you're not wrong. See, there's different grades of big man in pro wrestling. Like, they don't all have to be the hulking monster heel, unstoppable, immovable object. And there's a few wrestlers that broke that mold. Test is one of them. Keith Lee is another one. Dominic Dijak, say what you want about him. He was a great wrestler. Still is. Didn't do business very well, but his style was different. A little more athletic for being a big guy. Undertaker, of course. Bam Bam Bigelow, rest in peace. Like, they changed what it meant to be a big man in pro wrestling. Thing is, not too many guys can actually do that. Yes, Minoru Suzuki, Murder Grandpa. Speaking of which, kind of giving you a kind of sneak preview of what it is that I'm going to be doing as far as View Japan goes. I kind of sort of said this in a couple of streams ago, probably, but the whole thing of that is I've got this idea that I'm going to be calling the Murderer's Row. So basically, I'm making versions of wrestlers that are loosely based off of actual Japanese wrestlers. So I have one that is going to be based off of Minoru Suzuki, pretty much. Like, really sadistic, violent, old guy type character. I'm looking forward to that, but yeah. Yeah, the thing with Keith Lee is he's a freak of nature. Like, people his size are not very, very common. Like, that's a rarity. Like, you ain't gonna get anybody like him for a while. You know what, Jay? That is an unpopular opinion, but you do have there is some merit to it, because a lot of Undertaker's big matches have all been gimmick matches, where you're not really having to work too hard. Not work hard as far as being lazy, but they're not like technical 5-star classics, you know. Hell in a Cell, casket match. What else is there? Buried Alive matches. Like, most of his matches are all like story-driven type stuff. It's not so much about the work rate. And then the Streak, which is like a storyline in itself. Like, on paper it's just a regular match, but it's what's underneath the match. The context of why the match is happening. What's at stake. That's what helped build his persona, so to speak. Exactly. See, I want to use the trim on this, but the problem is I don't have any shapes to go over the MVP related stuff on this. So I'm gonna have to go over the chest areas with primitives. Yeah. I still say that Lesnar was not worthy to be the one to break the streak. I agree with you on that. He is one of the most believable people to break the streak. But it shouldn't have been him. It should have been somebody that they could have used that to propel him forward in his career. Some people were saying Cena. Some people were saying Wade Barrett, because he was still around back then. That would have definitely put Wade Barrett over. Who else? There's a few other names who could have believably been the guy to do that. But they went with the one that could get them the most shock value, which has always been the thing in WWE, and it's one of my greatest critiques of their booking, is they're always about the shock value. Like, they even made a meme out of it based off of Vince saying, "It's the reaction, pal." Like, sometimes it's not about the reaction. It's about giving a satisfactory conclusion to your fan base. But when's the last time WWE's done that? Bray. Definitely Bray. That would have been the catalyst right there. Yeah. They could have put it on Sting. if they wanted to, like if those were in the cards of actually having us have the Sting versus Undertaker, you could have had Sting break the Undertaker's streak. People would have loved that. They could continue on that feud even afterwards and have Undertaker go over Sting, but still have Sting's the one who broke the streak. And that would have not hurt either of them. Yeah, Chris, exactly. That's that whole, it's the credibility part of it. That was a part of the reason why they did what they did. Yeah. Short list of guys who could have believably broken the streak that were a better idea than Brock. I would say Bray is number 1 on that list, and Shawn Michaels is number 2. Sting number 3. But that wasn't in the cards. But in either of those cases, it wouldn't have hurt anybody if they were the one to beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania. Oh, yes. D-Train was the hit back then in the days. People don't know. Yes, The Undertaker beat God himself. Shawn Michaels overcame drug addiction, got married, became a born-again Christian, and still couldn't beat Taker at Mania. How does that work? I still want the zipper in the middle. I'm going to have to go over it with another primitive. That's what I'll do. Welcome in, Mr. Baller. Yeah, Orton 05 in the prime of the Legend Killer days. Very believable. I honestly thought myself that was the whole reason why they changed his whole gimmick to the Legend Killer. Like, it was because he was going to be the guy to beat The Undertaker. Of course, that didn't work out that way, but that was my belief. Living in the Bible Belt, I find that hilarious. Yeah. Gotta remember that this was still Vince McMahon in charge of the booking, and he's the total opposite of being a God-fearing Christian man. So naturally, he would want The Undertaker to go over because, you know, he's the devil incarnate himself. Did I just say that?
YouTube's gonna demonetize me now. Do I want the trim? Do I want the trim? No. We'll go over it. So Taker didn't know that he was gonna lose to Brock, or are we talking about Randy Orton here? Yeah, Vince would probably find some enjoyment out of that. It matches. Do I want him in black? No, we want him in white. Yeah. A lot of untold stories about Bob Orton, because, and I hate to say this because it sounds insensitive, but Bob Orton wasn't really a big star when he was wrestling. Like, he was mid-card guy. He was not a main eventer or world champion or such. You know, he had his alliance with Roddy Piper, but aside from that, like, he wasn't really a top guy. I imagine my GM as Lucifer. And it's not too far from the truth. For some strange reason, they do like to hire a lot of management that's close to being devilish. It's like a requirement. Is white gonna look white? White does not look white. Why? What? Why? This makes no sense. It's all the way white, but it's a freaking gray. Like, y'all are killing me with this. This is why we can't have nice things. I can't even get a solid yellow out of this. Do you see this? We're breaking off for a second from the conversation to look at this shit right here. This color I have set in the sample color, if you can clearly see, is highlighted as yellow. Yellow. Why the fuck is it purple? This is why I say 2K ain't shit. Right here. Holy shit. That just ruined my whole plan. They finally get the sleeveless MVP outfit in the game, and you can't even color it right. Wow. Unbelievable. That's crazy.
Someone clip that and send that to 2K. I'll do it my damn self. Shit. Wow. I guess I'll just have to go with Plan B, which is what I usually do. And that's just take a combination of a muscle shirt and shorts and make that into a singlet. Like, you cannot be serious there. Maybe I'll make his right hand like the Maze character. A lot like one pop. Once I pop, the fun don't stop. Oh gosh. You give him like a big old oversized hand like the cock knocker in Jane Silent Bob Strikes Back. That's his finishing move. He hits you in the balls. Like, why do they call you cock knocker? Well, you know, it's a funny thing that... Hold on. Oh! Avenge me! Classic cinema, that movie was. Great stuff. Would you look at that? I can make it a solid color. Amazing. Greetings, Monk. Happy New Year to you. Right in the mommy and daddy button. Yes. Sting versus Undertaker could have possibly been the greatest wrestling match ever booked. But not to be, unfortunately. The cards just weren't in place for that to happen. Can I get a sleeveless shirt that tucks in, please? They're not gonna cooperate with me here. Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back was the height, and then there's nowhere to go from there but down. That was his creative peak. Sleeveless. What do we got? Am I gonna have to use this one again? No, that's not the one I've used before. Where is that shirt? I know they haven't taken it out of the game yet. yeah, those are good ones. Let me save that one. I can use that for an alternative tire for Riot. I may need to come up with some alternative strategies for the creation of Cyrus's gear. Oh, never mind. There it is. Clerk, Small Rats, Dogma. Fine cinema, all of it. And yeah, J Mew seems like he'd be a chill guy. Oh, really? I always thought he was tall. Or could that just be because Kevin Smith is short? Yeah, I would be starstruck too if I were in the presence of greatness like Stan Lee. Especially with me being an aspiring comic artist anyway. That would be like meeting God right there. Oh, well, okay. You're tall. Enough said. That explains everything. I wonder how tall he actually is. It's a good question. Time for some custom logo work. Yeah, the camera makes you look taller, so the saying goes. Okay, Spike from Buffy and Angel. James Marsters. Only 5'8", damn, okay. wrestlers are pretty normal sized nowadays. we don't live in a time where pro wrestlers are on average like 6'6", 245 pounds. But how could you dislike pro wrestlers? They're awesome. Most of them are, anyway. Like if it was one of those asshole wrestlers like Austin Aries or Low Ki, then yeah, go ahead, roast them all. Roast the whole fuck out of them. Except be careful if you're gonna roast Low Ki because he's a legit martial artist, so he might whip your ass. But otherwise, yeah. As with all things, make sure you choose your battles wisely. That's not the one I need. That's one. Yeah, New Jack would make anyone nervous, Crow. The secret to that is you treat it like, you know, you're in the presence of an apex predator or something like that, dangerous animal. Like, you don't give it a reason to attack you, and he won't attack you. Exactly, Mike Tyson switch. Don't start none, won't be none. That being said, though, I'm sorry, but if I had seen, if I met Mike Tyson, I'm gonna throw shade at him for that Jake Paul fight. I don't give a shit. I'll hit him with a bat if he has a problem with it. I will have some form of blunt object to defend myself, but yeah. I'm not letting that one slide. I don't give a shit. Yeah, Batman. The last thing that goes is your punch. As a boxer, the last thing that goes is your power. He might be in his 60s or something like that, but he can still knock you out. He was pretty close to knocking Jake Paul out a couple of times in that match. The man was holding back a lot. The other thing is that there is just too many moments in that match that looked like they were cues. And here's the part about that. We're all professional wrestling fans. So we suspend a certain amount of disbelief when we're watching wrestling matches. But at this point, knowing what it is you know about pro wrestling, you can tell when there is a cue that is being made or triggered or something like that. Like when they're tied up in the turnbuckle and you see one of them like push their head against the other person like in a certain angle or something like that. That's basically to let the other person know, okay, we're gonna do this now. It's calling spots in the match. That's exactly what they were doing in that fight. And we're even more keen to seeing that because we watch pro wrestling, so we know what goes on. You had people in boxing, like analysts and such like that, that were detecting this type of stuff and breaking them down in videos. And I'm watching these videos and it's like, okay, they were calling a match. They were calling the match. This was a boxing match that was being orchestrated like a pro wrestling match, pretty much. Set up a little bit more. Now this is good enough. So for those of us just joining this stream and wondering why it is that I have to go through all this when I can just use the sleeveless MVP outfit that they added, it's because the sleeveless MVP outfit colors like shit. I tried to make it this shade of yellow and it's purple. Like, yeah. I forgot who it was who had brought this up in the last stream that I was in about us having to make improvisations when we're creating cause and characters because of the limitations of the game. Here you go. Perfect example. Refresh my chat real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, Jay. I said the last thing that goes is your power. The first thing that goes is your knees. My right knee agrees with me 100% about that one. Pretty much, Pen. That's the story of my entire call making career. That's pretty much how I got popular in the first place, because I was doing things that people didn't think you could do. Why? Because the things that I wanted to do, I couldn't. And yeah, no explanation why that is whatsoever, except game. That's it. Game. Because game. Spin this around. Make sure we're aligned on the back. Excuse me. Yep. Actually, before I even continue, I need to do something very, very important. Because if it does what it does at any point after this point, I'm going to quit. I'm going to be pissed off if it does it here too, for that matter. But let's hope for the best. Because I've had points in time where I've created characters, and when I'm saved and done, the game crashes. But we're good here, so yes. Crisis avoided. Yeah, if that were to have happened to me, Batman, to be honest with you, I'd have just quit the game. That would have been it. Like, nope. No 2K24. Because it has happened plenty of times for me making characters, making arenas, where the game just crashes right when I'm done. And then you have to start all the way over from the beginning. Not a fun feeling. And I will make a comment about that online, and people will be like, oh no, it doesn't do that.
Like, it's never crashed for me before. Well, good for you. Doesn't mean that doesn't happen, though. Thank you for your input, but please, respectfully, shut up. Yeah, good to know it's not the only person. I'm not the only one. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a stack here, as the kids say. I'm not against the idea of people boycotting 2K25. Because truth be told, you don't necessarily need to get the new game just because it's new. You know what I mean? Like, this might sound like me being a hater. In a little bit of a way, I am a hater. But yeah, they're not going to add anything new or revolutionary to the game enough to warrant you to go out, buy the new game, and have to do this all over again another year. The only reason they get by or get away with this is because you get FOMO. Because you got the new models and the new arenas and stuff, and you know that they're eventually going to turn off the servers for the previous game, so you're not going to be able to make anything new as a creator. So that forces you to have to get the new game. Yeah, I'm still on the PlayStation 4 version. I have a PlayStation 5 Pro. And I haven't moved over to that version because, first of all, you can't even transfer your save file or your save data from 2K24's PlayStation 4 version to the PlayStation 5 version. However, you can transfer your My Faction data over. Not the creation stuff, but the My Faction stuff. You know, the stuff with all the microtransactions that you spend real money for. I've had it with this game. On so many levels, I've had it with this game. The only reason right now I am even entertaining this is 3 reasons. A, I want to continue to tell my stories. B, you guys all enjoy my work. And C, I wanted to do something as an homage or a tribute, so to speak, to my brother. Otherwise, if there were any other wrestling game in existence, I say that knowing that there is Fire Pro and I can do that, but Fire Pro is too detailed. That's a whole different beast altogether. But if there were any 3D game right now in professional wrestling that had what this has, I would be on that. Series X. I'll say this much, it's a good thing that they made cross-platform community creations so that Xbox players can still get PlayStation stuff and vice versa. That's nice. That's cool. I would be like an Attitude Era style booker if I were in professional wrestling.
because that's where I take most of my, I guess you could say, creative inspiration as far as the wrestling element of my storytelling. I'm like Vince Russo if he actually had talent. Two games, Batman. There is Ultra Pro Wrestling, which is releasing at some point this year. The developers haven't given a date, but they have said 2025. And then there's the Wrestling Code, which still doesn't have a release date. King of Fear, yeah. The Trial of King stuff. Masterpiece. Chef's kiss. Best work I've done. I will say, if anything, I wish I would have done it later. And the reason why is AI. Because I had to use a lot of vocal manipulation for the different voices of the characters. Excuse me. Specifically the female characters. But now you have programs that you can just speak and the AI will completely change your voice into a convincing female voice, or a different tone or pitch sounding voice. So how my voice sounds really low and monotone, I can get my voice speaking into this microphone and get a voice that sounds like a higher pitched, like younger white dude or something like that, or female, and it will sound like that, which is awesome. And I'm going to be exploiting that for all it's worth in what it is that I'm doing moving forward, including the follow-up to the Trial of Kings. The last video that I made that is announcing the WWA thing, the World Wrestling Alliance, I used AI for Carmella Blackheart's voice, and it sounds a lot more female than when it was that I was just trying to adjust pitch and tempo and stuff like that to make my voice sound higher without making it sound like something that would make your ears bleed. Oh, that's awesome, Crow. Hope you enjoyed it. It showcases what you can do with a little creativity and a whole lot of freaking time on your hands. Because I did that all through COVID. That's basically how I spent my time during the pandemic. And also the time between 2K19 and 2K22, because 2K20 was a dumpster fire and they kept the servers up long because of that. I go back and watch it too. Yeah. Riot is pretty much my flagship character. He's the longest running character that I've made, and he's got a lot of history. A lot of the history that I created was more new stuff, just because. But yeah, still pretty deep. Oh yeah. I'm getting a warning from YouTube. I'm getting a warning from YouTube because of the music. Wow. Ah, fuck this place. I hate it here. I'm getting a warning from YouTube Live because of the freaking copyright on the music. Really? Really? You gotta be kidding me. And I guess I'm gonna have to play something else then. But what is the question? And it's not like that song is like all over social media. Been online for almost 3 hours. Yeah, YouTube sucks, but it's the only thing we have. Yeah. Cyrus, on the other hand, has awesome theme music. Yes. Oh no, Montage Rock is royalty free. This song that was just playing was from Nakri and the Villains, which is copyrighted. So yeah, they don't want copyrighted music on live streams. Apparently. And it's fire up iTunes. And I'll just go ahead and play some theme musics that I've selected for XWA, which is all not copyrighted, so they can't say anything. Seven hours and 3 minutes worth of stuff. We ain't gonna be here that long though, but yeah, you get the idea. That's loud. I gotta bring that down a little bit. Okay, that should do. I hope. Yeah, I kid you not, it has taken years for me to amass this collection that I have here of non-copyrighted music that I use for theme songs and background music. Like for rock music specifically, that one that Penn just put up there, Montage Rock, is essential. They have a lot of stuff. Now, sometimes some of the songs do get picked up by a label, but for the most part, I would say 99.5% of the music on their channel is not copyrighted, so you can use it on YouTube videos and not get hit with content strikes or anything like that. And now my control panel now is saying that everything is excellent. Like, fuck you, YouTube. Motherfuckers. But yeah, Montage Rock for rock music specifically. Maybe I'll go through and see my other sources because I can't think of any other ones at the top of my head. But yeah, I've done a lot of digging through a lot of different sources on YouTube and stuff like that for different genres of music that are copyright safe. There's a lot of them out there. You just have to know where to look. Welcome to the Purple Planetarium. Yes, that is going to be a tagline for him. I love Cyrus. This is one of my favorite characters to make year over year. Sebastian Nova was his name. That was one of my brother's characters. I suggested this song to him as a theme because it kind of fit his character, persona. He had kind of like a rock star Spud vibe to him. I may make a new version of him at some point. Side project, what have you. Of course, I'll have a new theme music because I'm using this music now for Alexis Windsor. But one thing I'm really good at is finding theme music. I've done it for like pretty much 8-9 years. Alright, main gear is done. Now we do the accessories. Well, the real trick behind theme music is finding music that best fits that character. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that feels like, say you have like a dark character, like, you know, a gothic type Undertaker character or what have you like that. Their music doesn't necessarily have to be something like death metal or what have you. Like, I have quite a few characters that are in that type of persona that I use Witch House as their theme song, which is still kind of a dark sounding music, but it's not stereotypical like death metal or something like that. Oh yes. Welcome in, Cal. Yeah. it's actually fun too. Like, it's tedious, but it's fun. Like, I'll hear a certain song and then think to myself, you know what? That would be a good theme song for this wrestler. Like, and it's not even just my creations. It would just be like wrestlers in general. Like, for example, that song that was just playing before I changed to iTunes by Nacre, I was gonna use that for Iconic as his theme song, but now that I know I'll get a copyright strike if I do, I'm gonna have to use something else. I said in the last stream I was just going to use the music that I wanted to use and not worry about content ID, but under the circumstances, I guess I might still have to, because content ID and copyright strikes are two different things. Content ID is just YouTube saying you're using a song that's copyrighted, so you can't monetize. Copyright strike, however, is you're using a copyrighted song, we're taking this video down, and if you do it again, we might delete your channel. We don't want that. Don't they have the Cena armbands as regular, like without having to have the showcase stuff unlocked? By the way, this is going to be the theme song for Underground Kings when I get back to doing that series. That's the follow-up series to the Trial of Kings. But yeah, I'm about to go on another rant here as I pick these John Cena armbands, because I would normally use John Cena's armbands as the armbands for Cyrus. Now, under the circumstances, as you can see on the icon here, I don't know if you can see with it being like a smaller resolution or anything like that, but these ones here and the other ones you would have to unlock in the showcase mode, which is fine if you played the showcase mode, but if you haven't, then you have to play the showcase mode, unlock this in order to be able to download this car. There's a lot of other cars that I have that are using content that are either from showcase or DLCs that you have to own in order to be able to download them. That sucks. I don't like it. Now, as far as the DLC goes, that's different, because, okay, you buy the game, you get the DLC, you want to use the content. That's what you've paid for it for. So anybody who hasn't, you know, it sucks for them, but that just is what it is. But this here, where you're locking creation parts behind stuff that's already in the game, is like regressive. Because this is what you had to do in the old SmackDown games. You had to unlock shit by playing the game. So you're kind of limiting yourself, right? I understand the idea. We want you to play the game, but I want to make stuff, and I don't want to be handcuffed because I can't find a certain piece because I have to clear this game mode in order to unlock it. Yeah, the season pass stuff, like the Road to WrestleMania pack, that unlocked everything in the Road to WrestleMania mode. But anybody who didn't buy that pack has to actually play through the Road to WrestleMania mode in order to get that stuff. And some people don't want to do that. I guess, you know, too bad for them. But just the fact that that's there, when for so many years everything was just in a game and you could just use it wherever it is that you want to use it. You don't need to play through anything. It's here for you if you want it. And now they go back to this is like counterproductive. And don't get me started on the shit that they locked behind my faction. That's a whole other can of worms right there. Exactly. And I got time for that. Ow. And they won't let me dual color it, so it's got to be one color either way. Like, really? You're killing me out here. I'm still mad about the freaking Seth Rollins jacket. You're talking about the Wolfpack. I'm talking about that damn Monday Night Messiah jacket that he wore when he first started that new gimmick. The leather jacket with the fur, that looked hot. I had ideas for that, but it's like, no, it can only be unlocked as a card from my faction. I'm like, fuck you. I don't know if they actually went that far. Opening packs for movesets sounds like something 2K would do, but I wasn't aware it got that bad. They still don't have that jacket in the game. Like, they took it out. It's not here. Or if it is, I don't know where to find it. But yeah, that shit pissed me off. Can you tell I'm salty? A little bit. I guess we'll double up on these. Yeah, that's something that they just recently started doing too, for whatever reason. I do not know, but for the longest time, if a wrestler was released, they would still have their moves. They would just change the name of the moves. But nowadays, I guess it's because 2K is scared of getting lawsuits. Someone will get released and they'll just completely remove any moves that are related to that person out of the game. Like, you're probably not going to see the bank statements in 2K25. Yeah. And I'll still never get past the fact that they pretty much purged like 500 or something moves out of the game entirely when they switched from PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4. Like, there still is no justification to me for them doing that. Aside from laziness. No explanation whatsoever. Yeah, the Sasuke special also. I need something that's gonna double color but stay underneath. Yep, that'll work. Best soundtrack, SmackDown vs. Raw 2006. I'll say that with no hesitation. Best soundtrack. That's the one that had let me see, what was it, 3 Days Grace tracks, like the one Riot, which I had almost used as Riot's theme song. Almost. All those tracks from John Cena's album, which were pretty damn good. Like, John Cena, underrated as an MC. That boy can spit. Firefly, another one. Yeah, that soundtrack has some bops on it, for sure. Let's change that yellow. Do we want it metallic or gold? Yeah, we'll go with the, yeah, that works. Yeah, creative finisher. I liked it. It just wasn't polished enough for me. Like, you could create some good looking stuff, but you could also create some bad looking stuff. It's like there was no in between. You made either really cool finishers or really bad ones. And then having to go online and deal with people using creative finishers that are like 15 freaking frames long. Yeah. Concept, great. Execution, not so much. Like my favorite, so the ones where you start out, they kick you, and they put you in a power bomb, then they lift you up, but then they put you over their shoulder in a fireman's carry, then they lift you back up into a suplex, then they put you over their shoulder
into what you call the wheelbarrow move, and then they put you back down onto your feet, and then they hit you with a freaking kick. Like, what do you call that? I call that the noob, the online noob. I call that the scrub move. That's the name of your finisher. Yeah, ridiculous. CCW. Yeah. Oh gosh. See, another example. These would be perfect knee pads right here. They have a star on them, but showcase. I mean, I'm going to use them anyway, but I'm just kind of, speaking on it. There will be no AEW slander on this stream, please. I will not accept it. They're doing the best they can, okay? No hate. Guy got his thumb cut off. Ew. I never actually really got into XPW. Like, I know it exists. I know it's a thing, but they're too much trying to be like ECW, but not. And the reason why is because ECW was extreme, but it was about the wrestling and not the extreme part as much. Like, they were hardcore, but they were about the wrestling more than the hardcore part. And XPW and all those other places that came after that, trying to be more like the hardcore part, but not so much about the wrestling. But that's my opinion. You don't have to agree. I'm gonna put the star over it. Do I want to make it glow? Do I want to make it glow? I'm gonna make it glow. Yep. Yeah. There will be nobody who will ever mimic the creative genius of Paul Heyman, no matter how hard they try. We're gonna give him glowing knees. Why? Because he's Cyrus the Entertainer. He's just built different. I'm gonna have to give him a knee move now. Yep. And I even auto-saved the Stardust boots. Because once I saw them, I knew I was going to use them for Cyrus. So here you go. Easy peasy. Now, just what color am I going to make them? That's the question. Let's do some experimenting.
if I want to go white and purple or the other way around. I kind of like how this is looking, so I think we'll stick with it. My friends, I think we have ourselves a completed attire. Yes, we do. And now we give him his entrance gear. Did I save? No, I didn't save a jersey. Let's find that basketball jersey. I need sleeveless. Where are you, sleeveless jersey? There you are. I don't know, actually. I know there is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. I know there's videos that explain it. I think Donnie Don, aka Don Crease, had a video on his channel that explains how to do that. I think I'm gonna keep it yellow. Yeah. One of the unintentional things about Cyrus is the fact that I try to make him as bright and gaudy as I possibly can, because I'm firmly aware of the fact that every other male car I ever make usually only wears some variation of black in another color. So we go the opposite way with him specifically. because I'm unimaginative with everyone else I make. So he stands out. How many of y'all actually remember that I used this song here that's playing as like my intro music when I first started this channel? Like, that's a long time ago. Back when I unsuccessfully tried to do variety gaming, but in the end people wanted to just watch my wrestling game stuff anyway, so I just went back to that. I think I want to put the stripe on the side. Yeah, let's do that. Oh. Yep, that works. Yes. He will be the next on the list. I just haven't made up my mind what I'm going to do because the original creator actually does have a version of the co-op on Community Creations right now, still plays the game. So I might just tweak out that version instead of creating a new one from scratch. But he said if I wanted to, I could. So I just got to make up my mind which way I'm going to go. I'll take a look at the original and see, make a decision from there. But chances are I'll probably just tweak the version that he made, change up a few things. Because that's kind of cool for me. This will be the first time that I'm using a call that is not 100 or partially part of my creation on the XWA shows. Which is something I entertained the idea of at one point, but then I just said maybe it might be a better idea not to do that, because some people have egos and I don't want them feeling some type of way if they're, called loses a match. So otherwise I would gladly use other people's stuff. Who remembers this song is the original Girl Fight theme? It's another classic. We need some big old 80s style dookie chains. I know they have it in here still.
I'm melting, I'm freezing, I'm overcome too easy. I'm laughing, I'm crying, I'm honest, I'm lying, waiting for the light to change. I want to try to breathe again. I'm laughing, screaming, just fine.
Okay, I know it's in here somewhere, damn it. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I guess we'll go with this one because it's a star. And yeah, because Cyrus is a star, so it only makes sense. Gold. Giving this man some serious bling. That'll have to do. Alright. Shades. Give me those big old Bret Hart 80s style shades. Or maybe the Macho Man. Oh yeah. Actually, I like these goggles. Yeah. Look how bright that is. Yes. Oh my gosh. Purple and gold. Those are the Laker colors too. Can I get these lenses to glow? Yes, I can. Oh yes. Cyrus's final form. That's gonna look dope in the entrance. Wow. He bright. He real bright. None of my teams wear yellow or gold colors. Of course, anybody who follows college sports knows all about that. The legendary Hingle McCringleberry, the Ohio State University. They should have like a fictitious shrine at Ohio State for Hingle McCringleberry, just because that sounded so freaking awesome. Key and Peele, those two, genius, just geniuses. Ah, okay. I'll keep that as the superstar. Oh. Oh, okay. That's the way to do it. There you go. Smart move. Very smart move. There's nothing with the hands out. Nice. As the saying goes, good business is where you find it. And we can't have him looking too silly. I'll go with this one. One of the best theme songs ever. The only reason I still don't use this for Phoenix because the new theme song is even better than this. This band, just one of those that should have been bigger than they were. Like, this band, the Advaita concept, just so good. But being good is not enough in the music industry, unfortunately. The name of the band is... I'll write it in the chat. I don't know what happened to them. I think they just retired, stopped making music. But that's the band name. And the name of this track is Ontology. It's a 2012 version though. It's a re-recording because there's another version of the song that they had recorded before they made an album that sounds the same but different. But yeah, they did good work. Especially this intermission right here. This is good stuff right here. Excuse me. Alright. Primary attire is done. Now, Ontology is the name of the song. The name of the band is the Advaita concept. Yeah. There you go. This outro right here is worth it by itself. Like if you ain't headbanging to this right now, you don't know what rock music is. You don't know what metal music is. That's good shit. I love this song, but I think it might actually be a little more sensible for us to put Cyrus's music on, since we're, in his entrance. This is another good ass song, though. Okay, where the hell is the song? Do I not have it on this hard drive? Go to my list now and find the lighting that I need. Number 6. See if this is the right one or if it's Booker T wrong. Yeah, he did actually. Robbie Silk. I still create that character too. He's on the roster, just not one of the ones I'm making yet. I love that shit. I'm making him. He's on the list. Why do they only have the rocky one? What happened to the normal rock? There it is. Indeed. admiring the work. Like, I love when it comes together and looks as good as it does. I'll just use the purple general purpose. Easy. Let's see how it looks. Okay, I'm gonna have to add some pyro. I think we have a winner. Let me just see if I can find some better lighting. Yeah. That's dope. yeah, we're done there. That's perfect. Very nice, very nice. All right. So, I've been on here for 4 hours. I think we're gonna call it a night because 9:25 here in Vegas. So we're talking midnight or thereabouts over in the East Coast. Excuse me. I think this is a good about time as any to say good night, and I'll probably be back on at some point tomorrow. Yeah, because I have no work on Friday or Saturday, so that'll give me some more time to focus a little bit more on getting more stuff done in here. By the next stream, I'll probably have his second attire made and the move set and everything, and I'll show that off and maybe some other stuff that I might be working on in between. You'll see any updates that happen in between now and then. So thanks for watching, everybody, and enjoyed the chats and such. Looking forward to doing this again with you guys. Happy New Year, everybody, and I will see you next time. Peace. Make sure I get it in the camera. Yeah. Peace. Deuces. All right then. Good night.